Morning team, morning everyone. Hope you're doing good. Hope you are doing good today. Hopefully you made some money yesterday on that slow grind up on the rebound off the key levels. Like we talked about pre-market, expecting a rebound off those lower Bollinger Bands. Question is today, where do we set this weekly model? So let's get into it. We've now filled the gap. All right, filled the gap on all time frames right here. Gap filled. We're coming into what? We're coming into the area where we start to see continuation failure from. If we think about how we worked out here, grind up, breakout, retest, grind, explosion, fail, come back down. And this is the point of pain for everyone who is long in here, where we've got that flush down and we're coming back to back test it. What does that mean? Well, it means really two things. Either we're going to keep these buyers up here trapped, and what we've seen is a mean reversion, and the market might look to make a lower high, all right, before maybe returning down, and maybe it finds a bid here. I don't think we slice straight through. Or alternatively, this 4 sigma move was enough, and we start to get acceptance back in here. Okay, so those are the two things to be aware of. Now, either way, what would I like to see? Some form of pullback, because that would allow both the short and if we're going to hold the long back up. All right, so I don't really want to be buying up here. They were just in a sort of a short squeeze grindy market right now, so I want to be careful of that. We can see that more as we get down into these charts, right? So just stay with me here on the hourly. Here was the trigger long, all right? Clean out the stops, come back down, failure to move lower, grind, straight up at the open yesterday, and then just grind all day. Okay, and we're starting to build liquidity up here, as you can see, which means we're boxed in, all right? It's a decent size box, but we are boxed in. So if we zoom in here, or you can use a 30 minutes overnight, the Globex range is boxed in. Now we have swept this high up here. We actually swept this by a tick. Had we left that, I'd think about more about, okay, well, there's no one at the money here. We're going to look to do this move here. But the fact that we've swept this in hold makes it very tricky. We swept it by what, a point, 2 points maybe. So I need to be aware of this in here, how we're building liquidity. Either failed breakout or breakout, failed breakout or breakout. All right, so I'm watching that for the first thing. I don't really want to trade in this range. If we're going to do this, I'm really not interested in the market. I am interested in what we did yesterday, okay, which is basically another box. I'm interested in how we act if we get down here, if we hold the top side of the range, if we come and clean out the lows and something like that. This is an anchored view up off the low, right? Off the low from Friday. I am interested in that. So those are the other things I'm interested in. Ideally, that would be the ideal move, is a drop down somewhere into here, find a bid and start to offer this trade back up. And then we can trade the short down, the long back up. And if it wants to get stuck down here, we can always think about the short back down or the acceptance back up. If we're going to go straight up at open, right, like yesterday, again, I won't be looking for longs at that point. If we're going to go straight up and test previous week or this supply up here, I won't be looking for longs, because when we look left, there should be a first test of this area here. All right, since we broke down away from it, we're just coming back. And if we think about that from a fib and where our buy signal was really from the high to the low, we're just shy of the 61. All right, so this area here is not an area I want to long. All right, the longs were down here. Really, they were right down here. Don't really want to be getting long up here. Above 50% into the golden zone, not something I want to do. So it is possible, if we're going to continue a squeeze higher, that it goes without me, unless it offers some form of scalp. I would much rather see a push and a fail, or just a fail under here and a rotation back down. And then we can think about the short down and the long back up. So that's kind of what I'm hoping for. Whether we get it or not is a whole other thing, isn't it? Whether we get it or not. Pull that up a bit, as you guys can't see the edge. There we go. Moving into the lower time frame. We are showing signatures at the moment that we want to move lower. Sweat this. Sweat this. Have got these now. Again, if we had not done this sweep here, I'd be much more interested and confident that we're going to move lower. But I'd love to see something like that, maybe a push in the morning and a fail. Maybe take this guy out and then rotate and protect this high, because this high is taking everything else out. So if we push into here and we see some failures, I will think about that short. I want to be very careful, but I will think about it. Let's have a look at the mag, because we have AMD earnings tonight, SMCI earnings tonight, and it's possible it will drag some of this mag up, but most of it is in range. I think Google was the strong one when I last looked. Okay, Apple dying of death here. You might have seen the news yesterday. Tim Cook came out saying apparently they got their forces together on Friday, saying, hey, we need to get in this AI race. And the market went, hey, mate, you're too late. So not looking good for Apple. Amazon. It's a gap down from last week. Still not recovering yet. All right, after earnings, blowout earnings. Gap still open. So waiting for Amazon to find a bid right now. But so far, absolutely nothing. No interest in it. Goog, strong. Like I said, that was the strong one. He's on. Goog strong. Trying to complete the cup for new moves higher above 200. Very, very strong. Meta is also very strong. Why have these all flipped? There we go. Same kind of thing. Trying to complete the cup and handle to go. So any pullback that holds or any breakout that holds looks good. Microsoft, same thing. It's trying to get back to highs though. Difference is Microsoft's got to get back to here, but you can see this here. It's trying to build to get up and test 552, 553. Nvidia was weaker this morning. There we go, gapping down underneath PDC, but still overall very bullish, right? Reclaim. It wants to move higher, especially. We'll have to see how AMD affects it. I doubt AMD is taking a huge amount of market share, but AMD won't need to take a lot of market share to look good. What it will do, rather than taking market share, might just show the strength in the sector. Tesla gapping down here. Needs to hold above here. Failure to do that, this could be a 1, 2, and fail. So we're watching Tesla to see how it acts as a whole. And then watch the video at the weekend. You can see we're opening up flat as a whole. All right, as your PDC, opening up flat as a whole. VIX is interesting. This is actually on higher time frame demand right now. It's an RBS. Right, it's a big explosive move all the way back down. We might find a bid here on VIX. So I'm watching that. If we start to find a bid on VIX and we start to fail on the market, you know, then we're watching VIX up into 19s. We'd watch that market for the rotation lower, and then up here, we might start to range between the two. ES, same kind of story. It's possible to do this, same as NQ, but we'd like to see it come down here first before doing it, because that offers the short down and a better, cheaper long for that move back up. So we get both sides of it. If we look at the spiders, we have filled the gap, and like I talked about, we're coming into this edge here where all these buyers got stuck. So I know the pattern might suggest that we're going to do that. I don't really want to get long here in this area. I think it's very dangerous to do that. Qs, same story. QQQ, we're into this area here where the buyers got stuck, right? So we're just returning in. If these buyers remain stuck, we probably come down somewhere into here, and then we can think about the long. If it sets up, it might just be that we knife. I don't think we will, but we're there for it if it does. So yeah, ideally this morning, I'd like a short opportunity before thinking long, because that would mean we're going to drift into some form of value. I don't want to get long up here. I think it's asking for trouble. Asking for trouble getting long up there. Right, let's expand this out for you guys. Let's see what you guys are saying. Let's get a poll up. See what you guys think is going to happen today. Let's have a look. Bullish, bearish, or neutral chop, basically. See what you guys say. And let's get through some hellos. See who's in here. Lots of you thinking chop by the looks of it. All right. Good morning, Ken, John W, John D, Hector, Thumper, Jesse, Jeff, Glenn, Miguel, Paul, Brandon, Tibor, Michaelite, Aga, Bart, Ramus, Sergio, Christy, Leron, Clint, Raphael, Willa Williams, Marek, Firewater, Myron, Calypso, Silem. Willa Williams, great interview yesterday. Thank you very much. How many of you watched that over there? It was good fun. And get a refill of water. I'll be right back. I guess the one thing we didn't talk about was the book. Let's have a look at this book. Still got Bookmap. There we go. So most liquidity right now up higher. You can see it here. Big orders as well. This was the same kind of size as the player on the book yesterday. Most of yesterday, he pulled his orders all day until one time he did get filled on a dip. So 23,387 and 23,400. All right. There's big orders up there. You're looking at, I don't know, 1,200 orders between 385 and 400. So basically into the top side of this supply. So just remember that. Just remember that. Okay, let's end the poll as we're coming up to the open. So most of you thinking choppy today, you might well be right. I think you might well be right. Let's see how we go. Thanks, Raf. Yeah, hopefully it starts to build a bit. Either way, it was fun to do it. They've already asked me to come back on either end of this year or early next year, so that'd be fun. And then I've got the ASFX TV one coming out as well. That should be out, I think, next week. All right. 90 seconds here to the open. Nice and easy. What is this? Why are you up there? Let's save this and then reset. Trading view on one. There we go. Thank you, Trading View. All right, I'm thinking about a short this morning. I don't want to chase it down here. I'd like to see a drive up, clean a few of these levels out, and then see what happens. If we just get explosion anywhere up here, I'm not touching it. I want to be fairly neutral today because both things are possible. Get these charts fixed. Need to see some kind of move outside of Globex really. Morning, Mr. Slim. Morning, Greg. Morning, Adam. All right, here we go. Here's market open. Let's have a look at the mag. All the mag open up green other than Nvidia right now. Nvidia a third of a percent down. Let's just give it a couple minutes to settle down. See if we go and fill those orders up at 385, 400. Tesla going red now, Nvidia going red. Here's a move down to Globex. Oh my God, you're just going to do the dump without setting up for me. You mother. Oh, you got to laugh. You've got to laugh. This is the market at the moment. And the open just does the move instantly. We wanted longs yesterday, did it instantly. Today we wanted shorts, did it instantly. There's your first 50 points. All right, let's let's see how we act here. We're coming up to PDC here, folks. And we just took out Globex, so just be careful. Can return straight back upside if that's just a wash of those Globex lows. It is funny. It just feels like the opens just do the move and then we get nothing for a little while. New York open printed. If we're going to stay heavy here, I think there's a move down to 180s. If this is a sweep and reclaim, then obviously we're going to go for the other side of the range because that's what we do in ranges. And we just have to see here very, very early. Let this settle down. As frustrating as it is, Apple now gone red as well. Amazon the strong one. Let's get an anchor on here before I forget. Oh, just this market, mate. You can be ready for it. And it just doesn't give entries. Staying heavy here. Nothing on the book, though. Look at the book. So thin unless we get to 387 and 400. So we want to be very careful. Very, very careful. Let me turn this down a bit. It's pretty bright today. That's a bit better. There we go. Ken, you got the short. Nice. You just want to be ready, careful if they start reclaiming all the Globex range here. That's the problem. So your TP1 just got hit, right? We just came under this orange line, which is Globex. So I was looking for a drive up and then that for TP1 and then these for TP2. So previous week value area low, previous day value area high, previous day point of control, all areas that we might want to drift into. And there's obviously lots of liquidity lower. So, you know, the short trigger was there. My low hanging fruit has gone at this point. We almost closed the gap as well. Same on ES, almost closed the gap. Right, so we're holding above PDH and PDC right now. If you look at the ETFs, that's what they're doing. So QQQ found a bid right on PDH, as did the SPY. So they're trapped between their VWAPs and previous day levels right now. I'm just going to let this build out because the low-hanging fruit's gone. Well, the first low-hanging fruit's gone. Now we need to wait for some orders to come on the books. Tesla now red, Nvidia now red, Meta now red, Apple now red. Market trying to sell here. Globex is going to be key. If there's going to be follow through, it's going to have to get through downside under Globex, new low of day, and under PDC. So if we're going to build some bear flag for continuation, it's going to have to do that. I don't love the area we're in right now. This can be very trappy down here. Seen it overnight, right? It trapped here overnight numerous times. 1, 2, 3 times we came down here on a 30-minute bar. Protecting 300 right now. You can see some bids at 300 here. Just going to let this settle down. Always hard when the first move I want happens in the first few seconds. Would have loved to drive up first, like I talked about. But hey, I felt like the short was in place because of that sweep to the top side this morning. Now we've swept the lower side as well. Think about who is comfortable. This swept this, this swept this. I don't know if it wants to take these before thinking about moving lower. I don't know. We're definitely in a liquidity building phase, and you can see it up here, top right of the screens. Right, we're in a liquidity building phase of the market. Big expansive move Thursday, Friday. Nice mean reversion Monday. Do we see a sell here? We are not at an optimum place for a sell at this point. You know, you got to think Globex high is 100 points higher right now. And we are on PDH and PDC, so potential RBS zones. So unless you were in that, I think you've probably got to wait for it to build out at this point. Do me a favor, smash that like button nice and early. Share the stream with your friends. Let's get it moving. So the ETFs are still protecting those levels. We're still finding bids over yesterday's value. Are those big players still up there? Yes, they are. One of them's pulled. All right, 400's pulled, but in front of 400 and at 87s, they're still there in the market. Microsoft about to go red here as well. So you've got Tesla 0.71% down, Nvidia 0.25% down, Microsoft about to go green to red, Meta 0.21% down, Apple 0.33% down, Google 0.5% up, Amazon 1.72% up. So Amazon the strong one today so far. Rest of the market bleeding a little bit, which was to be expected. We did that huge drive up on Monday, coming into a technical level. Let's see if we go back to this New York Open and VWAP. Do we squeeze through it and take out these players up here, which is what I wanted to see at the Open. The problem with this move now is if we come up here, thinking about the short is harder because we've just taken out the edge of the range, which is making me think more and more that this is going to be a sloppy day. Oh, that is weird, Tyson. Maybe just a glitch. Yeah, news, quite right, Miguel. News 9:45 and 10 o'clock as well. Well said. So back to New York Open and VWAP here. Remember, we've gone from one side if it wants to go all the way up to the other side, because this is a range, right? This is a range we built overnight. It might want to go and search up the other side now it's possible. So just going to let it play out. Patience, patience, patience. Can't force it. I said PMI coming 9:45 and ISM manufacturing services at 10 o'clock. Let's see. I'd like to see it clear out this liquidity, get through the news, and then we'll see what's what. But first trade's gone. Unfortunately, that trade down to Globex is gone. See if they bid off New York Open and VWAP here. Nvidia now gone green on the session. It's a choppy market. You can see as a whole, anyone using that ETF as a whole, we're only 0.09% up. So as in the Mag 7 by itself. So Tesla trying to find a bid. Nvidia's found a bid. Meta's trying to get back red to green. Apple's still over 1/3% down. We still have that liquidity high. Look at the bookmap above us. Those big participants are still waiting there to get filled. Basically 19,400. Yeah, I know, Coop. Feels like it's been like that quite a few days in a row now, where that open print just instantly goes for it. So probably those who are trading like a, I don't know, an opening range orb on like a 5-second or 30-second or 500 tick or something are probably making money consistently at the moment. It works till it doesn't, right? That kind of trade. It works till it doesn't, till you get spooked out. They're trying to reclaim the flow zones here. Above the New York Open at the moment and the VWAP. Meta about to go red to green or attempting to. That will leave just Tesla and Apple as the red ones in the mag. So morning dips getting eaten up under Globex. I think I'm going to wait for this 15-minute bar to close. Right now, this 30-minute bar looks disgusting. Think about what I'm looking at. This right here. Right, this is what we wanted. We wanted a push and then to sweep this. They just did it all in one bar and they're munching it back upside. So if they want, they can come up here. The tricky thing here is we've already cleaned all this out. It doesn't really need to come up here, which is why I'm wondering, does it get stuck? But we might be just in for a choppy day here, folks, because if we zoom out, right, day one, day two, mean reversion, it might build this today and offer the weekly model tomorrow. It's possible. Not too far away from those big players above. Let's see if they get filled or if they lift. Maybe on news, maybe we get a swipe. Let's see. What are we looking at ES? How's the ES looking? Oh, mate, this is just, every time I look at ES, it looks terrible. It's just a stacked book, both sides. Looks like it wants more upside at the moment, though. All right, he's just pulled now. All right, so who's not to say this guy doesn't pull when we get close? You see liquidity starting to be pulled before this news event. Nvidia just gone green to red. Meta just gone green to red. This market doesn't know what it wants to do. So Tesla red, Nvidia red, Meta red, Apple red. They're also all trying to find bids. So they could all go to red to green very, very quickly. So let's just see. Other than Google and Amazon, markets basically flat or red. Remember AMD, SMCI earnings tonight. I reckon AMD has blowout earnings, and I reckon the call is very positive. It's just how the market interprets that, given what we've done the last few days. All right, news here. 20 seconds, folks. There's your news. There's your opening range. Still not filled that player at 87s. Next next news in 15 minutes, and then we're clear for the day. Not seeing any of it hit yet. There's your opening range break, so starting to squeeze up, looking for that participant on the book above us. You can see him. So trying to fill that seller. You can see him, 387s. Been on the book all day. That'll basically be back towards the Globex high like we talked about. Once we take one side, if we're going to do a choppy day, it's likely we go to the other side of the range. We're going range to range. Right, so we're just going to wait and see if we can fill him. He's almost filled here, 87s. Let's see if he pulls or if they add on. It's 359 contracts up there from one participant right now. There was 1,000 and they pulled the other 700. You can see back here, they were double stacked above. Now it's just him. I want to see him get filled before I think about anything else in the market. It's starting to add liquidity above now into the 400s. MAG now, by the way, all green on the MAG other than NVIDIA. All right, all green other than NVIDIA. And AMD just found a bid as well. So chips might start to run here. If we can do that, there's potential for a squeeze out. And morning dips are being absorbed. Shame we didn't get that entry or anything down here where we want as a value buyer. So we're just going to have to wait now. Breakout retest or fail breakout. Fail breakout will basically confirm that we're going to be in a range day. Yes, Steve, that's it. Exactly. Asia and London level. So that orange level at the bottom side was your Asia London low. All right, we see overnight. We made this low and then we made this high. The reason we don't include this high is because pre-market traders are basically at the market by then, but you're welcome to include that as well. You could include that high right up here into 405s. For me, that was just a swipe of Globex and a dive back down, which is why I wanted the short. Once we did this, I was looking for a short this morning. I just wanted a push and a fail for that move down to here because that became an obvious move because there shouldn't be any stops above here now, really. There shouldn't be any stops up there now because we should have cleared them out. Okay, more liquidity being added above us here on the book. On the book map above me, you can see all these sellers starting to come in. 1995, 400, 405, 410s. Dips all holding this morning. If you took that opening range break here, you're looking pretty good. I would be taking a partial into this, and you can hold a runner for expansion above 405s. Looks pretty good right now. Just a reminder, you got more news coming. Top of the hour, and we're going to have a new hourly and 4-hour bar, which will be somewhat interesting. I think at this point we want to get up to 465 and trade through that. And then we have a bit of thin imbalance there from Thursday at 1 p.m. So I'll be watching 465, 550s, 620s, let's call it. All right, there's your Globex. So we've gone Globex to Globex. Globex low to Globex high. Or Globex high to Globex low, back to Globex high is what we've done so far. So short sellers who didn't have the discipline we had and started chasing in here when I said, hey, low-hanging fruit's gone, they're now getting squeezed out as we go back to the top side. All right, so they chased these lows under the Globex low when the trade really was from here to here. And now you're going to see if shorts attack this. If too many attack it and they don't get the rotation, then we're likely to come up here to previous weak point of control. So far, this is a choppy morning and a choppy overnight session. You are literally in a range of, most of that range is basically 300 to 400. You're in a 100-point range. I think we talked about that in Discord, and we also talked about the range that was below us, which is 180 to 280. So we're in 300 to 400, and underneath us is another range of 180 to 280 that we created in New York yesterday. All right, so failing so far this Globex high, you can see it was a stop hunt above that, how we operate down here is now key, because we've built liquidity and we found a bid off this. If they're going to hold this, then we can look for the next move higher. If they fail back into range, maybe we just chop back down again. Not the prettiest action here this morning, folks, I would say. Meta, no, sorry, Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla, all just gone red. So the MAG not in agreement here, not in agreement. But if they find bids here, this would be a pullback to expand higher. If they let us, not a pullback I'm trading because we're midpoint of the range, but if they find bids here, it could be a pullback to expand higher. If they fail here, then it means we've protected this high, all right, which means there will also be stops up here now because we got so close. So building stops back into the market, liquidity into the market. If they protect this, we can go higher. If they fail under this, then this will just be confirmation of range, and maybe we test the lower side of the range again. So this is your RBS that they want to hold to do this right now. Shame we didn't get a deeper drive lower today, really. It's 2 days in a row not getting exactly what I want. All right, ES back to VWAP, SPY back to VWAP, QQQ holding above nicely. VIX just sideways, just a sideways print in VIX. It's just trapped right now. Protecting its RBS that we went over pre-market, building liquidity sideways, some tapering here on the VIX. Remember, more news coming in 8 minutes. Just back to opening range and flow zones and RBS right now. Yes, back to its VWAP. I'm not convinced of anything here just because we're in range. For me, lots of these can be false moves at the moment until we prove otherwise. Overall, more bullish, but the levels we're trading in from a daily standpoint of view are not very good to be thinking about new bullish plays, are they? I think if you zoom out on an hourly, 4-hour daily, think about where we are. We want to be buying much lower than this. We might not be given that opportunity though. Did any of you take this long on the reclaim or the opening range break out of interest? Some of you are orb traders, surely. So some of you must have got this and taken a partial into Globex. This next hourly and 4-hour bar is going to be key. It's going to be key. Maybe we can get 2-3 hours of trend out of it. Yes, still, and SPY still holding its view up. W on the back test. Nice, Jeff. Yeah, same as me, Coop, just sat still. There are setups for you guys there. It's just not the setups that I want. But you know, that opening range break, some of you might have played that consolidation into the opening range and expansion with the buy signal. Makes sense. Okay, coming to retest up here now. Retesting Globex. Spider's holding its VWAP. You can see supply up here at 400. You can see it literally on the book. 400, 405. They're literally on the book right there. Relative weakness from ES, by the way. It's beneath PDH. And it is nowhere near its Globex highs. Just midpoint of the range on ES. So just something worth noting there. Relative weakness on the ES today. We did talk about in the Discord this morning that we might get divergence today. The main reason for that is because SMCI and AMD have earnings tonight. So if they start to run and drag some of the chip sector up with them, then it's more likely to affect the QQQ because it has a 60% weight over there. Nice and patient here, folks. Don't force your way into anything. Something A+ will set up. Or it won't, and we won't take a trade, but we are going to wait for our setups here. Be a sniper in the market. Take your time. ES back under VWAP. SPY back under VWAP. So you can see we are under here on ES. We never got anywhere near this. It's way, way weaker right now. Here's your opening range print on the Qs. That white line across there. So failed to break out here. Let's have a look at liquidity on the ES. They might want to fill those 60s and then move back high. You can see there's a big cluster at 75 on ES. Big cluster up there looking to get filled. Which was where we just rejected in front of. And that's sort of the Globex high, I think. Yes, it is. Yes, looking much, much weaker here. Nvidia red, Microsoft just gone red, Apple now red again. Rest of the market green. Amazon 2% up, Google 1% up, Meta 0.75% up, Tesla 0.5% up, Apple 0.12% down, Microsoft 0.02% down. It's going to try and go red to green again. Nvidia 0.17% down. So I'd say Nvidia, Microsoft, and Apple don't really know what they want to do here this morning. They're chopping around at PDC. So they've all filled their gaps. They're trying to see, hey, are any buyers going to step up here? Are any buyers going to support the action over the close yesterday? I know it's a bit slow here this morning, folks, but you know me. I do not really trade ranges. I don't love ranges. I don't mind failed breaks of ranges, but I don't want to get trapped in a range. You took the YM short from 350. Oh, wow, you're up massive then. 275 you're trading at the moment, John. Nice work. Yeah, they look very different, don't they, Ramos? Very, very different traders this morning. VIX is trying to build. VIX is trying to hold that RBS level that we talked about, but it's just stuck at PDL, PDC at the moment. But it's trying to build. It's making an attempt to build. Relative strength over in NQ. So NQ at the moment will be the harder asset to think about short on. Lovely work, John. Do you enjoy trading the YM? Does it respect sort of the SNR levels a little bit more and moves a bit nicer? I have thought many times about like trading an asset class like the YM, which less people trade, but probably respects levels really well because of it. I think if I was ever going to swing positions in futures, I'd much rather do it on an asset like YM. I think my cough's pretty much gone, folks, which is good. It's slowed right down. So long COVID finally gone. Man, that took ages. So I caught that in Barcelona. So that was well over a month ago. Yeah, less whippy. Yeah, less stop hunts, right? Okay, still building a range here on NQ. News coming here in 2 seconds. 1 second. There's your news. Just the fun and games, isn't it? It's just fun and games. All right, ES back down to mean reversion 20-day, 5-day. NQ still protecting Globex low there and VWAP up, so a big flush absorbed. Like I said, choppy day. Still not in anything yet, still waiting. Books just cleared out there. Or if it's not cleared out, it just got cleared out, I'll tell you that much. VIX is trying to break out above 1760. Just give this time because they just found bids down there at 15s. And they're going to try and fill this all the way back up to 70 at the moment. I'm watching like a small chart, ticker chart, just to see where that volume came in. So they're going to try and push up towards anywhere from 63 to 70, which is where there was a void on that big pull. It's absolutely mental. So we haven't really moved. We think we've moved. We've gone under over New York Open, but we're just back at the VWAPs in New York Open. So we haven't really done anything. So those who voted choppy day, you were right. You were right. Okay, SPY reclaiming PDC and PDH. Q's never even got there. Never even got there. And MAG are still all holding on other than NVIDIA and Microsoft. I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure yet. We found bids underneath 30 here. 30 to 15 is where we just found bids. So do they protect that? That would be the edge of the range again. VIX starting to really try and go here. NQ still holding on because the MAG still looks strong. ES just came straight down into its 5-day and 20-day. It will not let go of that right now. It's protecting the 5-day, 20-day. Remember, that is a your mean on a daily chart. Remember what we've done the last few days. I've talked about it yesterday, talked about it in the newsletter. Thursday, Friday, we did a 4 standard deviation move. We went from over +2 to -2 from Thursday morning to Friday close. Today or yesterday, we've gone back up to a 0 standard deviation. So we did a 2 standard deviation move yesterday, or from Friday close, because we'll include Sunday in that, back to mean, which is the 5-day, 20-day. ES right now is absorbing on that level. And I'd say one more flat session or negative session, and we get a 5-day, 20-day cross. Whether that's a false cross or not, we'll have to wait and see. How bad was the 10 a.m. news? I would say not very bad given how we've acted. Let's have a little look. 3.2% decrease in July. Hang on, let's get the full report up. New orders down to 50.3. Employment slips to 46.4, the weakest since March. Prices paid the highest. Yeah, it's not great. But they said, the jobs we're gonna have a softening labor market, which is what we're starting to see. And a lot of that is also like, what's going to happen when AI takes over, right? And we're hiring less and less people. We're increasing profit margins of these mega companies. And the jobs numbers start going down while the economy continues to boom for a small period of time because their margins are bigger. But then what happens when no one's working? Who's buying the product that these mega companies are selling when no one's working? So let's say you could get to a point where 50% of the workforce don't work because AI takes over. What then happens? I think we're heading that way. I don't know what happens then, because we are a world of consumerism. And if no one's got any money, they're not going to consume anything, right? If we're moving towards a world where you're on a, whatever you want to call it, a state check. Yeah, exactly, JD. Yeah, we got a small amount of money to make a small amount of time to make our money before we're all put on state income, basically. Okay, ES new low of day here, checking 5-day, 20-day. NQ still holding on. VIX still breaking out. NQ's going to be very hard to trade today. You can already tell. Look at ES. What an easy trader that's been. That's the kind of move. Look at ES this morning. Look at that 945 candle. That's exactly what I wanted NQ to do before breakdown. Like, just nice and easy. New low of day here on ES, right into its 5-day, 20-day here. VIX still pumping. NQ still not letting go. You can see liquidity on the book here on NQ starting to stack up. 15s and 300. They are starting to stack up here on NQ. High time frame algo now hit as well on ES. There's a lot of levels around here on ES. Just choppy action. 93 points of range so far this morning, back and forth, back and forth. So basically, you know, just think about that. 45 points underneath New York Open, 45 points open over New York Open. That's basically what you've got. Just chop and slop. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like when you think about COVID, how did the companies make so much money? They fired lots of people, right? The layoffs increased the margins. Post that, the same kind of things happening. More layoffs will start happening. We're going to have a softening of the labor market as AI starts to take over. So if less people are employed, margins go up on these companies because, you know, the outlay on the companies, as in the money that they're spending in R&D and stuff, is just for AI development. So they do that, it's a one-time fee, and the AI starts to become self-sufficient and increase their productivity. That increases the earnings reports. But what happens when there's no one to buy the advertising space on Meta, for example? What then happens? People are like, oh, we'll always need connectivity and we'll always need, you know, social aspects. True, but how are you paying for it? It's mental. What we're moving into is crazy. Okay, QQQ backtesting VWAP here, NQ backtesting VWAP after not breaking down. So no new low here. Remember, ES dropped all the way down into this pocket here. So complete divergence on the book. Still nothing for me, folks. I've still not taken a trade. There's nothing in here for me. I'm not interested right now. VWAP staying heavy, New York staying heavy. No breakdown of the lows though, and still bid support there at 300s and in front of it on the tape. Is there anything lower? No. We're pinned in. 300 to 400 is pinned in on the book. Yeah, be interesting. I'm interested to see the reports on that. Kind of expected this today after the size of the moves the last 3 days. But we are, if we do this and we don't get a trade today, it's all right. But we're going to set up real nice for a weekly model for tomorrow or this afternoon session. That's for sure. Those that don't know, okay, I should probably say this. You have got until the end of the week for Take Profit Trader, right? Currently, they're doing 40% off, no activation fee. And if you pass and get paid out without doing a reset, they will give you what you paid for the evaluation back. So you can basically do the whole thing for free. I think that runs out August 10th. I think I'm right in saying that. So you've got until the end of the week. You can use code FlowZone. All the links are underneath in the description if you're interested. If you use my code for anything, it helps support the stream. Money goes back into the stream, whether that be lighting or giveaways or whatever. It always goes back into the stream. All right, ES holding. High time frame algo. RBS, 5-day, 20-day, trying to reclaim PDC. NQ, relative strength, not breaking down. Mag 7, all green other than Nvidia and Microsoft. We are just chopping. Still no trade for me. I'm not interested in this yet. Maybe it builds some liquidity out here to go lower. I don't know, but it hasn't shown it wants to move lower yet in the NQ. If we get stuck somewhere here, maybe we move lower, but equally, if we reclaim VWAP in these levels, what's not to say we don't come and run these stops up here at that point? So it's messy. All we have to do is look left, right? Messy, 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 messy. We're looking for some kind of move out of these areas. Oh, nice, Raf. Thank you very, very much. Yeah, Trade Day just extended their sale. So you can trade at Trade Day for as little as $59 right now. ES rejecting PDC. QQQ rejecting its VWAP. Potential for a breakdown here. Watching these lows. I still don't trust it given what the mag's doing. There's a buyer here and a buyer at 300 still trying to get filled. Back into that Globex low here. Maybe they're going to break down. I don't know. Watching that 300, that guy at 300. Yeah, Bullnuts codes. Yeah, it's. I'll have to grab them for you. FZT, I think, whatever their code is. So if it's a 91% off, it would be FCT91, for example. But if you head over to, I have to rechange it all now. Shoppropfirms.com. All my codes are there. Back to Globex lows then. Still not washed that opening range low. Still not filled that participant at 300. ES not breaking down for a new low here yet. Still just the edge of range. Still choppy action. Right? We're not in a trend here. Right? Just zoom out. We're not in a trend here yet. Oh, thank you, John. I was worried I was talking too much, but it was only a short interview, 30 minutes, so quite hard to get through everything. PDL coming, that would be nice, Peter. That's a long way away. That would be amazing. PDL. Where's PDL? It's so far down. It's all the way down here. I'm not sure about that. I'm really not sure about that. It would be lovely. I'm not sure about that. That certainly would be game over. Still holding the opening range right now. Still fighting around Globex. No acceptance underneath it right now. VIX still pumping. 18s here on VIX. We are just trading an asset that doesn't want to play ball today. I said this might happen in Discord this morning. We might get divergence on the tape. It's a shame it's actually happening, though. It'd be much easier if it didn't happen. One tweet away, yeah. Quite right, Peter. We have agreed a deal with China. It's 5 million% tariff. Game over, market. You're right, though. We're only ever one tweet away. Still holding on here. His bids at 300 still not been filled. Feels like we want to roll over, but I just don't trust it because we're at the edge of range and we swept the range low. That's what makes me uncomfortable. We're sweeping both sides and then reclaiming constantly, and that's not a high probability market. ES trying to break down new low of day here. QQQ still holding previous day high. VIX still pumping. For me, nothing more than a range here right now. And look at the mag. Nvidia now over 0.5% down. Microsoft 0.17% down. Meta 1/3% up. Google 1% up. Amazon 1.78% up. Apple 0.40% up now. So it's just complete mixed bag. They're not in unison, the mag. You've got 3 red, 4 green. As a whole, we're up 1/3%. On the mag, that is, when I say as a whole. And if you look at ES down 0.13%, RTY down 0.11%, YM down over 0.25%, NQ up 0.09%. All right, so relative strength. So if we're looking to get short, we're in the asset which is holding on. It's going to be the hardest one to do. I've watched a bit of Sean Ryan every now and again. There's such long shows though. So here comes the test of that opening range low. Again, ES now breaking down new low of day and NQ still absorbing in front of these 300s. These 300 players keep absorbing this market. They keep absorbing the market. Are we going to see some follow through here today? So taking this now, PDC here, scalping some out here. If we reclaim in this opening range, I'm not interested. How long we got to opening initial balance? Okay, locking some in there. Base hit. Just a base hit on that breakdown. They reclaim, it's going to be ugly. QQQ into PDC as well. VIX now 18.02. Microsoft, Nvidia, Tesla all red. So far, no follow through. And we're in oh, don't move that, Alex. Jesus. We're at previous week value area high, previous day value area highs underneath, previous day point of control. So we might drift down into here and then see if we find a bid down there. So if you're in this short with me, just make sure you're paying yourself along the way because we don't know if this is going to be a false break and turn inside. So I'm just taking what's there when it's there. Do we have liquidity lower? We have a little bit, not a lot. Not a lot. 87s, 75s, and 50s. Let's have a look at ES. ES looking like it wants to get down into the low 30s right now, right? So if it can break through 42, 40, 35, 32 on the ES available. Looks a lot better on the ES. Much easier trader. Man, this is slow. Any reclaim of these won't be interested in the runners. And we'll be very cautious if this is a failed breakout because then we can trade back to the other side of the range again, right? So locking in here, can always re-enter if it sets up again. A small base hit trade, but locking in, I don't know, $1,200 or something. Are we going to get continuation now? Are you going to break down under these lows? Are you going to offer continuation, or are you going to get stuck? Yeah, they're long, aren't they, Ken? They are long. Yeah, exactly, Tyson. Exactly that. So back to the means, right? So look at the SPY. It's on its 5-day right now. ES is on 5-day and 20-day. Well, it's actually under it. Q's a little far away. So we've gone from top Bollinger, fail breakout Thursday, boom, lower Bollinger daily, straight back up to the middle. Right, and that's why we're chopping now, because we're in the middle. No one really wants to participate in the middle of the two Bollingers. We like to play at the extremes of those two Bollingers. Breaking down more here now. It's just walking down, though. There's no panic in this market at the moment. It's just very slow dripping down. We're into key levels here. Previous day value area high, previous week value area low, and then PDC underneath 67. So these are big levels from yesterday. If we base above these levels, think about yesterday. This is where we broke out at the end of day. All right. If we get back into this, this is sloppy action. This is what I was saying. 280 to 180 is your next chop range. So walking it down to those levels at the moment is what it feels like. Just walking it down into those levels. Didn't quite get to POC yet. We got underneath previous stage value. Look at an H1. We're coming into some of these levels. I'd love to see us trade under 182. What I really wanted today was a false break of the high and a short down to 182, and then I was going to start thinking about the longs. So we'll see. I'm trying not to let that out of my head because I think that's still possible. But again, relative strength on NQ, ES is being an absolute beauty. Right, that back test of PDC on ES was very, very nice, and they stayed heavy there. Maybe we can walk this down more, but again, we have to see, be very careful in here. I think here is possible, I really do. But you're going to need the mag to turn with it. Right now it's holding on. VIX now. About to take out a key liquidity level here. It's not too far away from the start of supply. In fact, it's at the start of supply on VIX, so I want to be careful here. Q's just being a pain today. Let's see how we're building out. We'll be under value area low right now, but let me just see. 300s, okay. ES looks heavy, man. So 75s and 50s are on the book here. Finding a bid in front of previous day point of control to see if they reject 300s now or if we fail to have any acceptance underneath here in the New York session, and just reclaim everything. Time will tell. At the moment, that looks pretty heavy on that attempt. Nice. NQ, stop being so annoying. I want to see at least a retest of here, and if we stay heavy, I'm thinking about these areas here. Don't want to get trapped though. So that retest of towards 300 was good. There you go. So watching high time frame algo here. VIX now into supplies. Watching VIX into 1835. If we break 1835, then we might get some follow through. Spiders now right at their 20 days. All right, so mean reversion complete. If it wants to base out here. And there's your first reaction of previous day point of control, right? So we know that's a covering point. If they slice through it, we're looking at value area lows. They can trap around here, but if they slice through it, we're looking at value area lows. We're looking at liquidity at 187. That was my main draw today. If we could get down there, 187. The reason being on the higher time frame, it made sense to me, all right, on this chart here, that this was a fib retracement. If we think about this move here, I think we went over it on Benzinga. This was a fib retracement. I was looking for a false break and a pull back down into here. And then this offers a short to here. And if it wants to do something like this, we can think about a long. And if it keeps going, we keep staying short side. It does indeed, John. It does. This is why we wanted shorts this morning in Discord. And at the open, I was very clear. I wanted shorts. It didn't set up very nice on NQ, unfortunately. ES is set up very, very well. A plus setup on ES. I can talk about that towards the end of the stream, the difference in the setups. But at least we're in some of it here. Right, higher time frame algo, we're seeing a bit this green line, previous day point of control. We want to watch if we get a push up here in rejection. If we start reclaiming, shorts are off the table, right? If we start reclaiming all those levels, shorts will be off the table. Because our main job, first job, is to check. This area here was value yesterday. This is where buyers and sellers agreed on value area. So we don't want to be having a new position here. You should be holding in from here, opening range, recheck of it, whatever you want to do. Small amount of covers here, and then you're looking to see if there's any follow through. Do not enter a new short position here. You're asking for trouble. So these up here get perfect retest. We're talking about 300 recheck. It's what you got right here. It's offered you basically 40 points. Not too bad. Yeah, IB coming 1 minute. Thank you, Coop. My right hand man. And you can see liquidity beneath us at 250. Let's just check ES quickly. Yeah, ES still wants to get. We talked about this about 5-10 minutes ago, maybe longer. 35s and 32s. ES is trying to fill those participants. So let's see if we do fill them or not. I'd like a push back up and a failure. If we push back up and we reclaim, then I'm going to assume this is a failed breakdown. And I don't love it because we've not taken all the liquidity, and yeah, it's just not going to be very nice if we trade back into that range again. Initial balance about to be set. So we're going to think about those IB plays. So obviously IB to VWAP and IB extensions. Those are all possible. So failed auctions versus auction theory now in play. So VIX, what did we say VIX needed to get through? 36s. It just hit a high of 31 and has seen its first pullback for the last, I don't know, 30 minutes. Let me just turn this aircon off, folks. Be right back. All right, team. Let's see. So if they hold the IB, we can think about rotation. If we're going to get IB expansion, we're going to look for some form of structure to build to allow that deeper move. So here's the recheck of IB in the lows right now. Still got 250 underneath. You can still see 250 on the tape underneath is trying to get filled. They want to be filled down there. So do we get any expansion? Here we go. Into the IB low. If we let this go, we can get more. IB still holding for now. Purple line is your IB for those who are new and joining me. We're thinking about auction, failed auction. If we get auction, we're looking for expansion. If we get a failed auction, we're thinking about maybe a trap underneath or a hold of it, turn inside, and a return to VWAP. But right now, the market feels heavy. Here we go, folks. Still got 50s on the book. Let's just check ES. Still got those participants. Yes, 35 and 32s on ES. So I still imagine we're going to try and fill these participants at 50s. They're not huge. Is there anything underneath right now? Let's have a little zoom out. A little bit at 200s. All right. So still want to see if we fill these guys here. Let's zoom this out. Let's just think about what we're doing here. This is being walked down, which is the one scary thing. So you can see bids this morning came into supply. They pulled their orders. All right. Just follow me on Bookmap here. Failed break of the high here. Here's your break. Flying in they came, almost 100 lot there at 60s, and we start walking down. And this is very controlled at this point, walking down, which worries me a little bit. This is very, very controlled how they're doing this. This is not panic in a market. This is controlled selling, walking it down. As a reminder, look at that daily bar. We have a failed breakout above the Monday high. We're back inside previous day range. So just as a reminder, just a little bit caution here, a little bit of caution here. Look, make sure you're looking left. Understand what you're trading into. Right, this is the low, one of the lows I wanted to see taken out, and then under here. All right, so when I was thinking short this morning, why was I thinking short? This was just like what we went over in Benzinger. Right, this is just like it. Walk it, walk it, walk it, walk it, walk it. There's your trap above this high. All I wanted this morning was this off the opening push, and then I'm partial, and then I'm careful here, because if we think about a fib, this is a retracement, and if they want to hold this and rotate, they can. Right, so they just made it extra hard on NQ. Extra hard, but like I said, there's no reason to come and take that out if my theory is right, which it is, because this was the stop run on everything here, which means there's no new stops here. So it is playing out very nice so far. They just made it. This action here was a little bit naughty. You compare that to looking at ES, but it's still good. We're still looking good here, folks. So the deeper we go, the better. And then it might offer a long back up later, either today or tomorrow, or it might not. You know, if this is the set, think about what we're looking at a daily. And those who are in the weekly newsletter, let's just think about what we've done. So let's say this is, let's come up here. Wow. Let's say this is Thursday last week. All right. So we tracked participants at the high up here last week. We do huge move, huge move. This is Monday. This is Tuesday to this morning. And we're like trying to do this now. So where are we going to respect some of these areas, right? So we're going to come into here. Now, maybe we mess around here for a bit. This is going to be key, because where does bear market get confirmed? Lower high. We then need what? Lower low. If the daily this week, if we get a weekly model which does this, we are technically in a bear market at that point. Time will tell. Lots of time left, but those are the things you have to be careful of. But the high probability short was some kind of false break up here and some kind of trade into these levels and 180s. Where's that? And here, yeah, some kind of trade into here, and then would be risk off or your runners only at that point. Looking good. Still expanding underneath the initial balance. Yeah, I actually took that off coupon. I changed to this. So this is an anchor VWAP off the lows. All right, so I took the high one off and anchored off the low. I've actually missed it by a point there. Because I did it on an hourly. Let's just redo that. Not going to make that much of a difference. All right, actually, look at that. All right, so anchor VWAP off the lows comes right into underneath a sweep and right into an old RBS. So yeah, that was kind of final target for me today. If we can get down there, 165. But yeah, where was the? Did you just say it? 230s, right? 230s anchor view up off the high. Definitely worth noting. Definitely worth noting. Yeah, nice. Nice work, team. All right, it took a minute today to set up. I'm looking at this thinking, should I have been short of VWAP? I just don't like shorting the mid part of the range. And the way we did this was naughty. But we did clear this out, which is what we said pre-market. I said we need to protect this high, clear this out. So this did do it. So maybe missed opportunity here from me. I'll review it later. I'll watch this stream back and see, because I know I would have talked about cleaning out these levels before going lower. I think this is what I don't like. This run down here first. If we'd done this, this is A plus then, because we've got all low-hanging fruits. This dump first before doing it is naughty. But maybe it's that's induced buyers into the market. You look good here. Just keep holding. I've only got one of my accounts in this at the moment, just my new 250k account. Just managing this trade. Does that make sense why I was looking for shorts today? Does everyone understand why we were looking for shorts this morning and not really longs? And then maybe if we get down here and we put in a bullish pattern soon, then we're thinking about longs if we put in a bullish pattern, not if we don't. If we show respective key levels after sweeping levels, maybe we're putting bullish pattern. Yeah, there's a big H1 all the way down to 101. So, but that's why I was assuming. See that 188 on a 30-minute? 188 here. Yeah. We're thin in here, right? This is New York Open yesterday. Straight up. So there's a chance, well, this will be thin structure. So we might protect this thin structure. So we might take this and protect it, which is why I was like, I don't want to be short here. I want to be covering into that. Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, Glenn's saying just check your spam folder if you didn't get the newsletter at the weekend. Yeah, it goes out every Sunday. It's worth checking. This is exactly what I was looking for. Weekly model, Monday, Tuesday push, return back down. It's exactly what we're getting. It's beautiful. Beautiful. VIX now absolutely pumping. 1850s about to break out top levels. So the next move on the VIX would be a gap fill up to 1890. ES is a great trader today. Right, we're coming into a level of consolidation right here where we started to find bids yesterday. So from sort of 11 a.m. to 12 to midday yesterday, we found bids in this area we're trading into. So expect some shorts to start covering here. You should have been taking some profits on this way down because we might find bids in and around here. 180 is the final target. We don't have to get there. That would be the final target. Yeah, should have filled all that liquidity now. Yeah, a little bit left into 30s, but we're almost there. So definitely some covering going on down here, to be expected. The previous day value area low, and then anchor view up down here. So anywhere in here is probably a very good area where they might want to long, right? So from here to here will be covering points. If they put in a bullish pattern down here, there is potential for, remember, we've been straight down, right? And we don't want to be short new money shorts down here. So if they start doing something like this, we might see a return into IB, and then it will need to make a decision of, is this gonna be a failed auction, and do we get acceptance back up here, or do we return in and then they're like, no, go back down, please. We don't want you up here. You've done your 61% retracement. It is over for you. So this is where the multi-time frames start to play out, because this move here this morning is potentially setting a lower high on a daily, right? That's your lower high on the daily. So this is potentially the pro trend right now. If they fight this and they say, hey, no, we don't want to do that, they're going to come back up and back test some of these levels. And then it depends whether these daily traders say, no, we're making a lower low, right? So you've got multi-time frame traders trying to dictate the market at this point. If that's really hard to understand, I'm happy to do a lesson once I cover this. Lovely. So watching 200s here on the book, 200s above me. I don't look at Euro USD, but I mean, I can look at it for you. I've never looked at it. It's not a trading vehicle I have, but will be the same, exactly the same principles. Okay, let's see if I can take. I'm going to take a few off here in front of 200 and see if we can get to 180s. I've locked in 500 bucks on this account now to see if we can get a bit lower. Just in case we protect this previous day value area low. And remember, this is 180s and final target down here. Yeah, JD, you'll see that when we go into liquidity building range. That's what you're talking about. There or thereabouts is very common when we're going into range. VIX still going here. It's looking for that gap. So the gap starts at 1867 all the way up to 1890. Here we go. Still moving down. Beautiful. Can we get to 80s? So final cover point for me is 80s, and I'll leave a tiny little run around just in case we bleed. But we're almost there, folks. We're almost into that pool of liquidity. QQQ is almost at its 20-day right now. It's about to tap it. 61.38 will be 20-day. VIX into the gap. We're looking good. Can we get to the 80s? The answer is going to be yes. We know that there are stops under those 80s. We're almost there. We're 3 points away. Don't be a dick for a tick. Make sure you're paying yourself. Beautiful. Boom. 180. Thank you very much. There we go, folks. 180's hit. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, it should be big W's in chat, all right? You should be enjoying this. Anything beyond this is a bonus, okay, folks? Anything beyond this is a bonus. Because we've swept 180s, right? We swept liquidity. That's the key thing for me. I'm always targeting liquidity. All right, where was the liquidity? Here are their stops right here. We're into an imbalance. So 188 technically was the liquidity. We've swept it. This is an imbalance. This is an old high. We might come and test this old high 67s. We might fill the whole thing. I don't know. But It's not a new money short here. That's what I do know. This is a big sell. This is your pullback leg. This is the set of a lower high on a daily. We literally talked about this on Benzinga yesterday. We're going to see if they set a lower high on the daily and if they bleed back down. The trend down is confirmed daily only when we break these lows of 770. Until this point, right, this can be a battle. So the high probability short was somewhere in here down to here. This is our meat made. If they want to battle this and go back up, they can. If sellers take over and they want to flush this, they can. But the A+ trade where we made our money today was in here. All right, let everyone else battle it out now. We take the layup setups. All right, we take layup setups. I love it, chat. Yeah, post those W's in chat. Jesse with the win. Great trade, Alex. Big part. I got a big part of it. Nice, Bart. JD with the win. Bart with the win. Dre the trader with the win. Jeff with the win. Greg with the win. I love it, guys. Yeah, just go over and if you didn't, here you go. Anchor view up off the low. Man, this is everything I teach. Literally everything I teach coming together in one. We're starting to see this old RBS zone. Why is it an RBS zone? This is where we broke out from, okay? We might well respect this now. This is the average price of participants who bought the lows. So no new shorts now, please. You are either holding runners or you're flat and you made your money. Andrew with the win. Chi 50 with the win. JJ with the win. Ken with the win. Richard with the win. Brandon. Tiny W moved my stop too aggressively. Don't worry, W's W. You'll build the confidence. Firewater with the win. Lovely work, folks. Lovely, lovely work. Yeah, if you didn't, like I keep saying, if you didn't watch my interview on Benzinga yesterday, go back and watch it. I posted it on my community page on here, and it's worth the watch because I talk about this exact move, the lower high setting up. I talk about this exact move. Why? Yeah, why is it not like this every day? Yeah, I know, Glenn. I mean, I was getting worried this morning that it was going to save this move for tomorrow because we moved sideways so much, to be honest. So Apple, Amazon, Google still green. Here's a new break lower. So your runners only. Here's a new break lower. Think about where we can come to now. If we're going to fill this whole imbalance, we're going to come to basically 23,100. Globex high yesterday, 23,062. So 23,100 possible. They're going to fill this whole imbalance. Man, I don't know. If they want to make a lower low and we're going to break down on the daily, I'd be surprised if they do that today. But hey, we did moves this big last week. We did moves this big yesterday. Maybe the ATR picks up and they do it. I don't know. It's possible. Let's just say anything's possible in this market, isn't it? Anything's possible. Very bearish order flow right now. I was bearish this morning. Most of you were neutral. We actually got both, really, didn't we? We were neutral for a bit, and then we got bearish. We had to lure all those bulls in. Please do not be a new money short down here. Do not chase. Look how far extended we are away from everything at this point. You are either holding runners or you're flat and you made your money. Be happy with the money you've made, all right? Do not worry about what it does next. If you've locked in, be absolutely fine with it. You took a high probability setup. As we move deeper and deeper, the probability of this being a better short diminishes, right? You're losing location. Momentum's great. You're losing location. There's been no good pullback since we started failing this initial balance, opening range, anything like that. This is a straight sell. You do not want to be short down here, right? Do not do that. Please do not do that. My K-Light looking for 23102s. 102, somewhere around here. Yeah, I think it can bounce anywhere around where we are, all the way down into 100s. It can come and check Globex if it wants. It can keep slicing through. It can keep slicing through. Beautiful moves, folks. Beautiful moves. Amazing what happens when you're patient. I will review this, though. I feel like I probably could have entered versus Globex high this morning, and I probably taught myself out of it watching them. I think it's that first 1 minute candle. That's what stopped it being A+ in my mind. Taking out that Globex low and then going back to the high was not the ideal thing, but maybe I need to review that because it might have been that candle that lured more bulls in because it held. So I'm going to have to reshape that in my head a bit and review. Always looking to get better. Even after years and years and years of doing this, always looking to get better because I probably could have got a more optimal entry here, maybe a better 50, 60 point better entry here. So always looking, what can I do better? VIX starting to see some kind of rejection up there now. VIX filled its gap, by the way. I just see that. So we talked about that gap fill on VIX. It just filled it. It just filled it. So rejecting anchored VWAP off the lows so far. Staying heavy in this market so far. We're starting to build out a little bit sideways on a tick or a volume chart here. So I would be starting to cover aggressively here if I was you. If you don't see a new breakdown here, this is the kind of area where shorts will chase and get stuck. Let's welcome the people that came from Benzinga. Now they can see what we're talking about in this community. Yes, quite right. Well, hopefully there's some here. So QQQ into an area of demand here on the ETFs. Previous day low. I can't remember who talked about previous day low. Maybe you're right. Maybe we're gonna get it. It's still a long, long way down, all the way down here. But you never know. That would be a breakdown on the daily if we did that. That would be the lower low set on a daily after setting a lower high. That would be incredibly bearish for this market if we did that. Starting to see a pushback up here on the tick chart. Starting to see volume come in. All right, trading this back upside now as they start to cover, and you might get a bigger squeeze here if they've chased too many shorts chase at the low. You might get a bigger squeeze up. There you go. So they're starting to squeeze it back up as shorts chase the low. So literally everything we talk about all the time. Do not chase lows. Do not chase highs. Take the meat in between. QQQ coming back up to its 20-day here. Beautiful work, team. Fantastic work. I know lots of you took this with me. Lots of you covering. All right, most of that I just took on my new 250k account. So I'm not up huge, but up pretty good on the day. I'll take it. I'll take it. Reclaiming anchor VWAP, reclaiming RBS. All right, momentum still very much bearish, but we can think about this. We can offer some relief, can't we? This is straight down. All right, if we think about what we've actually done today, let's pull this out a bit just to check the volume. Okay, double distribution happening here. We built liquidity in here, all right? This is inside, well, pretty much inside most of Globex. All right, so lots of buyers. This move here, which made me think I'm a bit worried about the short, was actually inducement. And lots of buyers now getting liquidated on a high probability move back down. We do not buy against this, all right? We do not buy against the momentum. No way do we buy against this. If you're going to buy it, you'll need to see some form of bullish momentum. You should be covering your shorts. That momentum would look like what? It would look like some form of trap, right? Something like this. And this will be counter trend on the day. And you better be, if you're going to take that long counter trend and wait for it to flip these flow zones, you better be taking some money off as we approach, you know, places like this or up here. Right now, we're building out lots of volume here. Lots of volume is being built out here right now. Yes, please hit that like button. At least 50% of you watching have not hit that like button this morning. All I do is try and teach you while I trade. It's It's all I ever do. So it would be appreciated. Even if you never do my course, never do anything else, there should be enough content here for you every single day so you can start learning to see the markets and read the markets. What did we talk about yesterday? The more we gap up, right? Where is it? Is he further up or further down? We talked about this move into the 61s, all right, into the fibs. I don't know if you can see that, probably not, but into the fibs and looking. The more we gap up, the more I like the short tomorrow on failures. We want extension, bulls chasing to make a lower high time frame, but as always, not looking to fight the tape. Right, weekly model would be ideal. So we were prepared for this, folks. Those who are in the Discord, who have done the course, we were well prepared for this. Exactly what we're looking for. Your money in the charts will always come from preparation. Whether that's preparation with me, preparation by yourself, whether you have another mentor, your money should come from the preparation. If you're well prepared and you're prepared to succeed, you just have to wait then for the setup to take place. No worries, my K-Light. Am I saying that right? My K-Light, or is it Mikolite? How do you say it? And then I'll remember for next time, rather than butchering your name. So starting to see some relief here. So most of the shorts have probably got their stop around sort of 88-ish at the moment, as in MIC, Mike Light. Is that right? Mike Light? Mick Light or Mike Light? Mick Light, Mike Light. I'll try and do that, Mike Light. All right, here comes the repricing that we just talked about. So well done covering, everyone. That's why you don't chase the lows. We will probably move value area down soon because we are starting to spend some time down here. So it's probably going to move down here soon, and then we're going to have a void in here a little bit, which they might want to reprice. VIX filled that gap and failing a little bit off it. All right, so the gap fill on VIX that we talked about was all the way up to 1890. We pushed 1893 or 1894 and started to pull back off it. Mike, okay, got you. Mike Light, there we go. I've got it. Mike Light. Okay, so I'd imagine lots of shorts have their stops at 88s and then above that at 17s, all right? So might see a reprice up here. We had a big extension down. Look how controlled this was, and then finally panic set in here, all right? So do we trade up into this level here? You can see low volume nodes in here. Do we come up into this level where we failed from? Do we start to put lower highs and lower lows and come all the way back to initial balance? I don't know, but so far we have confirmation of trend day. Thank you, Cube. Yeah, new H1 coming, folks. This was the move, folks, wasn't it? This was the move. Can we sweep liquidity under 80s, reprice that old H1? Yes was the answer. What do we do next? We don't know. High probability move's gone. Low hanging fruit move has gone. All right, we've done the move we wanted today. This was the exact move we wanted. Can we get into that level? Right at the beginning of the session, we went over all of it. Right at the beginning of today's stream. You look at my first thing I drew this morning. What was I looking for? Reprice into what? This imbalance, this RBS. Then we might find bids and go all the way up. We don't know, but this is the high probability. Some form of return. If they stay heavy, we will make a lower low. Come on, V-shaped recovery. That might be hopeful thinking. Who knows? Who knows, Paul? Are you full send long here? You'd have to get through all of this first. They might well protect it all. Here's your new H1. What would an H1 trap look like? It would probably look like some form of long wick under here and a body back up. Yeah, that's what an H1 would look like. You'd want it to take this out first, really, for a very, very good long. If it doesn't, maybe you could argue there's a long in here, but the best one would be to take it out and recover it. Again, longs for me, not something I'm interested in. Market's heavy. QQQ, SPY, maybe they go for PDL. It's possible. SPY PDL is basically 2 points away, not too far. QQQ, same thing, 2 points away. Not too far. So maybe they go for it at this point. That was your return back in. 2 leg, 1, 2. Stop run 88s. Did we take out 88s? 85s. Came into 88s, yeah. And then this is key now. Either fail breakdown under here or they get a continuation. I don't think we make it to here, but maybe we make it a bit deeper. But I'm not interested in any short right now. For me, the location has gone. We've had the low-hanging fruit. The trade location has gone now for the day. I would not be interested in a short. Personally, it's not what I'd be looking for at this point. They've come for those stops at 88s now. We will need to build some form of liquidity out, remember. We've just searched for all the liquidity. We built it out this morning, then we went and caused max pain, and then we went and searched all the liquidity from yesterday, and now we might well build out some more liquidity. It's so funny, like once everyone makes their money with me on stream, I see it every day. Like you just see like 30, 40 people just instantly leave the stream. They get that low hanging fruit and they're like, oh, thanks, Alex. See you later. You don't even get a thank you. They just leave. Thanks for making me money. I'm out of here. No tip, no thank you. They just leave the stream. Treat me like a signal bot. RAF 3K, I love it, mate. Love it. Well done, buddy. This should have become value. We've been down here so long. I'm surprised it hasn't. It won't be long before this becomes a double distribution. I think this will become value area low down here. No worries, Nate. Don't worry about it. New day tomorrow, eh? New day tomorrow, Nate. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. VIX, so good, man. It's been so accurate today. If we have a look at the VIX, just so you all learn the gap fill we were looking for. Look left. Look at that. Just absolutely beautiful. We talked about the tapering this morning on VIX down here. This is a high time frame RBS level. It's highly probable that we were going to hold here, which built in with the confidence that we might be wanting to look for a short once the VIX starts breaking down, because shorts in the market are good for VIX breakout for here, right? And we've done it. So this is why the high probability on every time frame has happened. It's gone. We filled the gap on VIX. We've broken down to key levels on NQ. Everything's happened. We got our trade. I was worried that opening candle was going to ruin it, but it didn't. Thank the Lord, it did not. All right, retesting previous day value area high. If we squeeze through here, you know, there is a stop start here, value area low on the day here, initial balance on the low here as well. And then we have all these levels from yesterday. What did you guys think of the thumbnail? Do you prefer the thumbnail on YouTube that we used today or the ones I've had for the last week? Honest feedback, please. What's a better thumbnail? I'm doing like A/B testing with them at the moment. I've got another one to use as well. Just interested. Reclaiming flow zones here. We might have a drive up here. Bulls last got stuck at 25s basically, up to 50s. So we're going to try and reprice into here at the moment. And if we get through that, we're going to go all the way back up to initial balance, probably in these levels. And maybe there's a reshort opportunity there. But the big problem is what, folks? We've taken out the low-hanging fruit. PLTR went berserk too. Yeah. Palantir had earnings, didn't it? AMD's got earnings tonight, as has SMCI. Use today's thumbnail. You think it's better? Okay, cool. Interesting. Let's do a vote in chat. Let's see. Oh, Brandon, I hope your dog's all right, mate. Good luck. Take care, buddy. The signal's right up here. What are you talking about? And we talked pre-market. That was focused on shorts. And rejection of the orb. And rejection of 300s. Talked about all of these things. Big cluster of volume there at 180 now. So you're all saying today. That's interesting. Good to know. This big volume here, 180, is going to be key, I would say, on to what we do next. What is left to search for? Not that much. Okay, into this cluster now, into the old anchor. If they sweep this and then they find bids, this is where I'd be watching that H1 kind of bar, right? Very similar to yesterday, but the opposite way around. But momentum today is very, very heavy. The book has just cleared out, folks. There is nothing on the book, basically. Look at ES. ES more packed. Yeah, NQ is looking very thin, trading very thin right now. Certainly not looking to be short down here. And there's nothing saying long yet. Big seller came in there, 114 lot. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they're just spooked, Coop. Starting to come back now. We're starting to see some participants come back. Yeah, give me some British feedback, Bowden. All right. They bid off this again, failing to make a new low here again. Shorts are starting to feel stuck down here, aren't they? It's an RBS zone, anchor VWAP. They're starting to feel stuck down here. Obviously, any long that you take today is a counter trend long and is likely to be met with sellers at some point. It's just how far up can they push? That's kind of all you're thinking right now. So maybe a test higher. You're welcome, Aga. No worries. Hopefully you made some good money. Reclaiming previous day value area low here. We can see lots of volume built up down here today. It might be that this is the move complete today, like we said. For us, low-hanging fruits got taken. Our move was for 180. That was what we were looking today. All the way from highs down to 180. We got entries like around here and retest. So we didn't get the full move. But like I talked about yesterday, 100 to 50 to 100 points is all you need for the day. This is, you know, whether your entry was here or this breakdown, whether it was the retest of 300s we were talking about. Yeah, that was this. Whether it was this breakdown here, it doesn't matter. This was the meat of the move. This is where it became an A setup because it's high probability because momentum was on our side. We do not short down here. We do not guess the return in. Something like this might be nice, but you'd have to be respecting these levels here now. This is the job, right? It's like taking the opportunities when they're there and ignoring everything with it when they're not. You have to understand now, like we created liquidity up here. We used their pain to break down. When we broke down, we went and searched for this liquidity down here. So we've done the high probability move. The market now needs to build more participants into it. We don't want to be one of those participants building in. It's funny, right? Because I don't know how to do any of this stuff. So I pay people to do it and I give them that feedback. And then they're like, that's how it was when you sent it to me. I'm like, it's not. I send you a raw picture. Like I have wrinkles and more yellow teeth. I'm English. So like, what are you talking about? But I could probably do with a better designer. So the guy that did the one today was a different one. That's why I'm asking. So I used one for the one last week, one for the old one, and one guy for the one that went up today. And if the one that went up today is better, that's great because he's the latest designer on it. And he actually did it for free to prove that he could do it. The other guys all charged me money. All right, they're building this trend line liquidity here. They're building this. When would I like the long? Probably if we did this. Probably if we took these guys out on an H1 and did this. That's probably the only time I'd consider it. Until then, I don't want to be involved while we're building everything out. I love English like honesty. It's the best. You never get that here. You look like Ross Geller. It's the Hanukkah armadillo. I should just do it like that. Yeah, I know. And the worst is, Mike Light, is I was actually. All right, let me just go over this. I actually wanted the short up here. Okay, what I wanted on this New York Open right here was for them to leave this alone. Don't come and touch this. Leave this alone. This stop run here lets me know there are no stops left up here. So it should not break this high. That high should be a strong high. This build of liquidity should be run for me to have an A plus short. So at the open, which was here, had we done this part of the move and left this alone, I would have been looking for short TP1, TP2, TP3, right? Unfortunately, we ran this. Now I'm going to have to go back and back test this because in my mind now, I'm now thinking that this is inducement. And rather than thinking, hey, you've taken away my A plus, maybe this reclaim is adding more stops in there and actually makes this better. So I might have to, I mean, I'm still refining and I'm going to have a look at that. Maybe it's that. Maybe it's just market wanted to trap both sides a bit more, which is basically the same thing as what I'm saying. But yeah, had we not done that dive down, what did ES do out of interest at the open? Oh, it left it, didn't it? Oh, it took it by a tick. Oh, it still took it by a tick. Same thing. So it doesn't matter. Did the same move though, right? Took these internal highs out. This high sweeps everything here. This becomes high probability short, which is why we were looking short, along with a million other reasons of why we were looking short today. I mean, the daily should tell you enough why we're looking short. Trap buyers in here, sell, return in, failed break, pull down. There's your short. We don't know what happens here, either this or this. I don't really care though, because we've had our move. Richard, I'm replying to you on Discord. Sorry. Trying to get this sorted for you. Let me know if these work. Those teeth are so white, Burton. I love it. I love it. It's so good. So good. Oh, that's funny. No worries, Richard. Yeah, sorry about that. Glad we got it sorted. Nice one, bud. Apologies about that. All right, building liquidity. Question is to go higher or lower. Obviously, it's bearish right now. We're being on a bear flag, but we're producing higher lows. But we just swept. If we start breaking down, maybe they do one more sweep of the lows. But I wouldn't. For me, I'm just not interested in getting short down here. Not interested in getting short down here. The range on the day has been pretty good. We've come into some high probability areas. I would not be surprised if at some point they trap under the lows. What's our range for the day? We're at a high of basically 400, almost 300 points, 275 points or something. Let me have a look at this. What's just happened here? That just a squeeze out. It's a decent shove. I still want this to sweep more liquidity. Let me just check my watch list. Sorry, folks. Let me just check a few things here while the market slowed down. Oh, it looks good. AMD looks good. I think it would go mental tonight. It just really depends on market sentiment. Nice. I still want that to move lower before we do anything. Sorry, folks. Selfish of me. Selfish of me just to look at my watch list there. Sorry, getting distracted. What was one of you asking me to look at? If we measure the next leg. Are you talking about a measured move off here? Yeah. Let's have a look. If we did this again, and if that pullback finishes, yeah, somewhere into here, which might well make sense. I passed 2 evaluations on that short from the $15 sale last week. Nice. Your profile videos were very helpful. Oh, the volume profile? Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, got lots of good feedback on those. I will do some more of those. What would you like to see more of on the channel? Because I've got to build some more content for you guys. But what educational videos do you want? Always willing to hear feedback. Got one going to live tomorrow, like an Apex one. How to DJ. I can't really do that in a video. I need your ears. I need your ears to do that. Trade recaps. Yeah, we can do trade recaps. I prefer doing stuff like that privately in the room. Just because I think it's better mentorship-wise to do those privately in the room. We can start doing those again. Still building out a ton of volume down here. Market's sort of gone to sleep, and that's why. Because low-hanging fruit's gone. There we go. There's the shift. I said it was going to happen. Point of control and value area low on the day now moved. All the volume is down here now. All right, lots of participants, both sides built into this. While I'm not interested, we've taken low-hanging fruit. Let them build out the liquidity like we always talk about. Let them build out the liquidity. I'm going to use the bathroom here, folks, so I will be right back. Maybe a video on journaling. I'm not very good at it. There should be one on there. I did one on like journaling not too long ago on how you need to journal your emotions as well. Let's see if I can find it. Definitely one up there somewhere. Sure I did. Maybe I'm going mad. I still have a runner. No, I don't. I covered it all down here. I'm out. Try and find this video for you. I'm sure I did one. Maybe it was the self-sabotage one that I'm getting confused with. It was either psychology or self-sabotage. It would be one of those two. Okay, so maybe you might get some follow through. Let's see. But like I said, for me, low hanging fruit is gone. I'd be very cautious if we sweep the lows and return back in now. Yeah, exactly. I don't. I mean, I do tilt. You see it. And we saw it last week. I do tilt because I'm human. But what I don't do is act on it. Well, very, very, very rarely. I can't remember the last time I did. So you won't see me react on it. You'll see me get frustrated. I think Thursday, Friday, I was frustrated last week. A couple of weeks ago on a Monday when I had that trade copier. But I will not trade when I'm like that. I will just, you know, hear myself getting annoyed, understand that I'm on tilt and back off the charts, because I know that's very hard to do, but I've learned over time it's fine. Like, just come back the next day. There is always trade opportunities. Like, even if it's not the next day, it'll be the day after. The worst thing to do is try and trade when you're holding any form of tilt. It would just get in the way. That's awesome, John. Did you find you're trading less now and trading, executing better setups, waiting for the setups? Yeah, totally. Totally. We talked about it, didn't we? Last week I was very honest. I was saying, like, I'm snappy on chat. I think it was, I can't remember if it was Thursday or Friday. One of those days last week I was quite clearly animated and annoyed and snappy and frustrated. I think it might have been Friday morning because it was, wasn't it? I went for that coffee, came back, trade had started happening, and because of that, I missed my execution. It gave me that setup and missed it, and then I got really annoyed very, very quickly, and I got knocked out on the next attempt at it about an hour and a half later, and you saw it building in me, but it just meant I just didn't trade. So while I might get angry and annoyed, I won't execute. I will not execute when I'm like that, because I know the chances of me making money are so small, and the chance of me doing more damage are so big. You want to be, when you're trading, you need to be calm. Your voice should be like I am now, calm all the time. You should be executing a pre-planned trade, right? So you should be knowing, okay, I'm going to enter here. My stop's going to be here. This is my target. This is the reason. This is the why. When we go on tilt, your logic on tilt goes out the window, right? Because you are in fight or flight mode. So you are doing what you think you need to do to preserve yourself. And that includes self-sabotage sometimes. Yeah, FZT. FCT. Thanks, Raf. Okay, here's your new breakdown. So those of you who hung on in there, well done versus previous day value area low. Maybe John is right and you get leg number 2. It's quite possible. It's possible. Maybe they're coming down for that old Globex. So sort of, where are we in there? Reprice this H1 will be to 95. So basically 100. Globex will basically be 80s. If you sweep this low, which we just haven't returned inside, I'd be very cautious, because this is the kind of H1 bar that we talked about, the wick underneath and the turn back in. And be careful if they don't reject some sort of, they will need to reject either 38s or 60s. Because remember, if they reclaim this, then all you're going to do is all this volume's covered, and then they can get a squeeze back to the upside. But main trend is down. Obviously, I'm not looking for longs. I'm just sort of trying to educate you of, like, don't get stuck. Do not get stuck. No worries, Paul. No worries. Also, you've got divergence here in that ES did not just break the low. All right, ES and the spiders did not break the low. NQ and the Qs did break the low. So you have slight divergence here, folks. This is your return back inside. All right, so if they start basing back out here and reclaiming all these levels, it will be a failed breakdown, and it would be that H1 move that we just talked about. All right, so just a little bit careful, okay? A little bit careful, please. Yeah, still not broken that low yet. Okay, my ninja chart's just stopped. Is this one moving? Do I need to close this down? Okay. Anyone else frozen? Ninja completely stopped. I'm going to have to close this whole thing down. This is completely frozen. Maybe just me. That anchor VWAP is from the low. Let's see if we can get this back open again. It's from the low on Friday. So that green anchor VWAP's from the low on Friday. So that's average price of buyers trying to bid up from Friday. So it's like a swing point, if you like. And what you could also do today now is we could anchor from here. And we don't really want it to look like that. Is it forgotten again? Why is there three of them? There we go. That could be the anchor off the high. All right. Just be careful. If they don't break down further here, remember, this is where shorts get trapped. This is what I talk about. If this H1 starts returning inside, this is the trap. This would be a failed auction under here, and we can trade upside. So I'm not saying I'm taking that long. I'm saying just be careful, because I know some of you are looking for that second leg. And it's fine. If you're holding for that second leg, like, it's different, right? If your entry is up here or here and you're holding for that, and you've taken a partial here and you're holding for a breakdown, that's very different to entering here. I should also say that. Take care, Coop. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I've just seen that now. What happened? Hopefully not a trade copy issue or something like I had. It is a nightmare when tech goes mental. Yeah, I did just have Ninja freeze on me for the first time, but I've closed it down, opened it back up, and it's fine now. So yeah, still not breaking down underneath the lows. What's on the tape here? 120 and 100s. Yeah, something's up with Ninja here. I need to... Can you wake up? Just be careful, folks. I don't know if this is Tradeify, but it's the second time my ninja's frozen there. Everything else is fine, so trading view's fine. I'm not in a trade, so I'm not worried, but I'm more worried about you lot. Just be careful. Yeah, I had the same, Ken. Very disappointing that. I had the same. I had the same yesterday. Forgot to say that. Very disappointing. It's like they know it's an issue. So what do you want me to do? Should I film it and post it on social media so everyone can see? Or are you just going to admit that there's an issue and fix it? Oh, you're in Calgary. Nice. All right. Take care, Mike Light. Another failed breakdown there. I'd say previous day low. I guess are low hanging fruit if they want to go for it. I wouldn't want to be a new money short here. Even if it does it, I just think that the RR has gone. How long have we got? 15 minutes or so till lunch as well. Back to those 50s. Still staying heavy versus flow zones. Sell is still in control here. But again, I wouldn't want to be a new money short here. I think you're asking for problems if you're a new money short down here. If they start reclaiming these volume areas, you're very thin in here. If they start reclaiming sort of 55s and stuff, we can very quickly get up to 65s. And if they start doing that, then you've got to think that was a covering point for shorts, and they might get stuck. But let's see. We're also into lunch here soon, so who knows? They're trying for that volume we just talked about. And if they trade through this node, then they're going to get to 60s pretty quick if they allow them through that 50 node. Lots of liquidity stacking up here, all the way up to 70 at the moment. The market slowed down as well. Let's have a look at ES. Both sides on ES. You'd think they'd fill those 10s though. Past and Bullnox eval on that last breakdown from flow zones. I've been working on it for a couple of weeks also. Oh, lovely work. Nice, Richard. You've got quite a few of those past now, I think. Never actually traded with them. think it was you that asked me to get the discount code for them. I've never actually traded with them before. Are you enjoying them? Tapping into those 50s again. Again, if this starts squeezing, this is where the shorts will get stuck because this will be a reclaim of this area. And we can drift higher. And there's point control on the session now at 80s. Battle here. Big battle here. Goes the squeeze. They're trying again for the millionth time. So that we talked about, here comes the anchor VWAP and the volume shelf, right? So they're reclaiming that low volume node. In here, they're going to test this volume shelf. If they trade through this, they're going to squeeze. Here we go. This is why I'm saying be very careful, short side. Hopefully this makes sense to you. This is also the H1 bar we talked about. Rewind this video and think about when I said an H1 trap will be a wick underneath this low, right? And then a bar back up, right? Because that's the H1 trap. Does that make sense for everyone? When you buy an evaluation 15, it rebuilds at 15.4. When you buy an evaluation for $15, it rebuilds at $15 for the life of the eval. Right, okay, I understand. That's quite good, isn't it? It's very cheap then. Does this make sense, folks, why I was saying this can be an H1 trap? So we're still in this H1 bar. Think about from 11 o'clock. Where's 11 o'clock? Right here. All right, here's your H1 open. Right. If they put a wick in underneath this old H1 low and they close back inside, they're not there yet, but if they do that, they allow pressure back up. So far, they are protecting this volume. So this is like the battle is from here to here right now. So I'm not interested in engaging in this. Again, low-hanging fruit is gone. Maybe, just maybe, you get like a giant puke out to here. I would love that for you guys who are holding. But you do not want to see a reclaim of these levels here or the H1 level. You do not want to see it reclaim that. It must keep doing this. It has to keep rejecting. Again, do not be a new money short here. I think it's very high risk. All right, before I go, because we've only got like 9 minutes left now. Any questions? Any questions on today? Why we were looking for this short from here? Any questions on the low-hanging fruit? Any questions at all that you want to go over before I get off these charts? You know me, once we hit low hanging fruit, I'm very happy, I move on. So any questions about this, just please let me know so you can learn before I get off these charts for the day, because we've got lunch coming up in 8 minutes and I need to eat some food and go to the gym and get off these charts. Not really interested in the afternoon session given what we've done today, this morning. I think the best moves happen now. All right, we're all good. I'll wait with you here till the new hour. I have to see if wait for an H1. Hang on. So we need to wait to see on the H1 bar close to see if it reverses bullish. Yeah. So where's my OBS? So this down here. We think about this. So far, this H1. Right, there's your open close, right? This is a previous H1 low. If this does this and closes back inside, and definitely if it reclaims this, this H1 bar will go green. It depends how we close here for sure. Unfortunately, it's a lunchtime, so it's not going to be great. And then if it goes green, you'd be targeting this high. And then if that high doesn't hold, we can back test where we broke out from, which is why I'm saying I would not want to be short, a new money short down here, right? Because if they want to trap, if they filled this and they're happy with that, all right, if their job was to wash all these longs out and come back down to here, which we've done, if we cover and too many shorts enter here, too many shorts get involved here, looking for deeper prices, then they will trigger here, here, and here. And if they trigger this top one, we can get right back into this. And then we can look for that again. So it's just knowing that I would not want to be, right, where's the pain point? There's the stop run of the high. That's where bulls got trapped. That's the pain for them. We're coming back into what? Even if we measure this, we're probably almost at 50%. We're at 50%, right? So we've done a 50% tracement. I don't want to get short here. Right, because I know either here or here, at some point there's going to be a bullish reaction. Now, if we think about that on a lower time frame, you are starting to see some form of tapering, right? You can see the momentum's coming out of the charts right now. Oh no, I've deleted a supply block. Get it back. If we go back to lower time frame again, right, we think about the strength of the trend. This is a nice, strong trend, straight down, sell pops, sell pops. What's this? Right, this is your reversal, two leg. Here's back down, but are we holding underneath this level here? Remember, this would be SBR. No, we're not. All right, so we have now tapering. Strong, less, starting to move sideways, which means in here, we are building liquidity, aren't we? We're building liquidity. Now, if they start reclaiming this, if they cannot stay heavy here, we start building liquidity like this, which means everyone boxed in here is likely to get squeezed out. Now, it might be short-lived. It might be this. Absolutely can be. But then your location for the short is up here, isn't it? We don't want to get involved here. Remember, this is value, right? Point of control. This is where people are currently agreeing is a good price, which means just above this and just below this is a battle because sellers and buyers currently agree that this is a good price. We're not at an imbalance. This here, Everyone was like, it's too expensive. Let's go. Boom. I don't want to trade this. I don't want to trade that. We also have to think about the size of the move. Okay, arguably, maybe John's right and we get a second leg down. That would be magnificent if we did. But I'd be wanting to be short up here, holding for that, rather than short down here, hoping for that, right? Because there's nothing to say it has to do it. It can absolutely hold in here where we broke out from. There's probably 50% in there that it's trying to hold. So your high probability setups are diminishing. You'd almost rather... We stopped out him. We built liquidity. They stopped out this. All right, the shorts now in the market are here at VWAP. Both sides are in the market right now. I just don't want to trade that. It just lacks the edge. What would you wait to see before you'd be interested in longs now, since we swept that low liquidity? Just remember, if you take longs, you need to be taking partials at every single level, because it is possible we are looking for something like this. So what I'd be looking for is a notable auction to see enough shorts are trapped. So I'd probably honestly be waiting for the new H4 bar at this point. But I'd want to see, really I want a wick, and I'd want to see a close back somewhere up here and a base, and then at least I can take a partial, and then I wouldn't be surprised if we fail back down, and I would not be surprised if we get boxed in here for the rest of the day. It would not surprise me to do this for the afternoon session unless we get a news driver. Because we can quite happily build after a strong trend, right? And maybe each side of that gets poked through. But I'd be asking, if you're looking for the longs, why are you looking for it and where are you looking for? Just because there isn't like an A+ short doesn't necessarily mean you need to pay the other side of the trade. Does that make sense? Yeah, if we start reclaiming up here and leaving these shorts trapped at a value area low, protecting stuff, then arguably there's a counter trend. But look how much volume we've built up in here. Now, if we get a break above here and they don't protect it, then shorts are going to get really wrecked. Yeah, definitely wouldn't want to be short down here. This is way, way too risky for me. No worries, man. No worries. Let's have a quick look at the book before we go so you can all see it. Do you want me to leave Bookmap up for you guys for a bit while I hit the gym? Yeah, still stacked both sides. What my thought on them cutting in September? I'd say pretty likely, given like the jobs numbers, but I think the more Trump attacks Powell, telling him he has to cut, the less likely it is to happen. And I don't think Donald's worked that out yet. The Fed need to remain impartial. If you keep trying to bully him, if he like starts doing what you want, it starts to look like he's impartial, which isn't the case. So I think Donald just needs to be quiet with that stuff, and he'll probably more likely get what he wants. But yeah, I think, you know, definitely at least a quarter point in September is likely, regardless of what Jerome said in the last FOMC meeting. I think we're likely to see a quarter point, but just be aware. I know lots of people are calling for the cut and that, we'll see the market start to rally off that. And maybe we do. But just so you're aware, when we normally have had a huge quantitative easing into quantitative tightening, and then we go back into QE, that is normally when you start to see recessionary pressure. So it's worth being aware of that. Yeah, nice one, Lucas. See you tomorrow. All right, folks, I'm out of here as well. Lunchtime, we're done. We made our low-hanging fruit. Job's done. That is our job every day, okay? We are day traders. Our job is to take that low-hanging fruit, eat what we can, get the meat off the bone, leave the scraps for everyone else. We're not interested in scraps. We're interested in the layup trades, aren't we? Do you want me to leave Bookmap for you folks? Oh, thanks, Christy. Yeah, I'm doing the same, John. I'm off to the gym. Do you want Bookmap or shall I just close this down? It's up to you, folks. Maybe I'll leave it up for like an hour for you or something. So you've got it. All right. I'll leave it up. I'll have to take it off when I get back from the gym. But yeah, peace and love, everyone. If you're going to trade this afternoon, just know you've hit your main targets. Use hard stops. Don't oversize. Don't force your way into the market. If you missed the trade this morning, it doesn't mean you need to trade this afternoon. You need to be trading your setups, not what you want, right? Not what you want to make has to be a setup. If there's no setup, there's no trade. All right. Peace and love. Take care.